Hello, hello. Good morning and welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob, and we're doing art today. Hello and welcome to the stream. Hopefully, my audio is not totally bad and wrong. If you can hear me, great. Uh oh. All right. Iggy won't be able to confirm if my audio is working or not. Midnight there. Okay, well, good night to you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and all them. All right, audio is working. Excellent. Love to hear it. All right, midnight there as well. Awesome. Hello to people on the other side. Hope you had a good day. All right, so we're gonna keep it relatively short, maybe today. We'll see. Um, but interestingly enough, this doesn't tend to happen too often. We're like, event is about to strike. It's imminent. The snow, you can hear it on the horizon, loudly tunneling towards us. Um, but we're gonna do a little bit of a Great Winter Hunt piece today. Um, Pretty much like, well, I mean, definitely everything was like wrapped up and done because we need to do like mobile submission and stuff like that. So that's all good and done. And it's a good thing we do that, is scheduled in ahead of time as we do, because there was like an issue with mobile submission. It happens every once in a while where you need to like jump through a few extra hoops because, but that's all good. But one of the things that we realized, oh hey, you know what? We didn't end up wrapping, and it'd be kind of nice. And it's only on browser, so it's something that can be just kind of swap an asset when we need it. Um, is the Great Winter Hunt horn? Um, Now we did start this a while ago on one of the streams, and unfortunately that day I had massive internet issues, and so by the time we were working on the Hunter's Horn, it just was so out of sync with the chat that I had to wrap, because yeah, I wanted to have you all be a big part of creating this concept, and when we have like 6 minute delay or whatever it was, it's not exactly easy to get feedback. So today we're gonna jump into where we kind of left off, um, and it's still very much kind of like sketching it up to see where we want to take it in the first place phase. And I don't know, like I kind of feel like, did we do other explorations? Or oh yeah, we did. So there was like an ice one with the garland wrap. Um, have like the Christmas tree. I don't know if there was any others that we managed to kind of explore. Um, yeah, basically, I want to make one that we can reuse. Obviously, it's ideal to kind of do that. We did one for the birthday that was for the 15-year birthday that was crystal themed because of the 15-year thing. So I'll probably do something different for that one. But this one, it'd be nice if it's like, okay, when it becomes Christmas time, then this is the horn that you break out from the storage closet, that kind of thing. But yeah, so what do you all think of the direction? Do we want to explore any different ideas? Um, we could kind of like roughly sketch up, kind of uh, whatever makes sense to explore. Yeah, we're working on the winter horn. We're gonna try and wrap it today. I don't think it'll be too big a project, but we'll see. I can't stream until like the end of the day. Unfortunately, today there's a few things that I need to get done, and then have a little work get together this eve. So that'll be fun. It does look like a winter horn. That's good. That's the goal. But yeah, like, do we want to keep the like the decorated tree concept? We can definitely push this much further. This is really rough. Or did we like the ice horn or anything like that? Was there another kind of idea that anyone has? I feel like the this one's pretty fun and like it's got like a good level of whimsy, right? Like that's a big component of the game is just like making it ridiculous. Okay, got some love for the ice horn. Again, also like really, really, really rough sketch. It's gonna look a lot more like ice. Candy cane design, that's a good one. Um, could definitely kind of whip up something like that. A bell horn. We could also do things like adding a bell to the actual like the banner. Like that's another thing that we can kind of use ideas on. So, the actual horn itself, um, and then I should probably just grab a selection of the horn itself. All right, Charlie, what's up? What's up, girl? Hi. I can just fill it. So yeah, if we wanted to do like uh, you know Santa's cloak as the banner, or a candy cane banner, or stockings somehow. I don't know how to make that work, but it seems like a good idea. All right. Well, again, this is just we're really roughing it in, just to kind of get that concept, right? So this wrap more that way. My brain is. I didn't have coffee this morning. Trying to cut back and reduce my heartburn. Um, Although I am drinking a nice honey ginger tea. I played a D&D game with Norm yesterday, um, and I was playing as a goblin, so I was talking like this for a good 4 hours. So a little hoarse right now. But yeah, it is super fun playing Dungeons and Dragons with Norm. He is hilarious. All right, so yeah, we got like a candy cane. All right, the actual like opening of the horn is probably closer to that. Yeah, I don't know. You get the idea. Hmm. Can we have Santa riding a reindeer skin for the King bot? It'd be really cool. I mean, I like the idea. That would be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, this year we're all kind of wrapped on the trap skins and such. So can't add that kind of like new idea for this year. But I think that that's something that would be a lot of fun. Maybe we'll have it next year. I'm sure the trap will still be relevant by then. All right. So, candy cane, pretty good option. I mean, the rendering on it is like it's just slapped together, so we have a concept of it. Um, I'll just add just a little shadow, actually, just to give it a little more dimension. Okay. Now it'll look more like candy when it's done if that's the direction we like. I'm not necessarily thinking it's my favorite, but I think it'll look nice. All right. So candy cane. We got the ice horn. We got uh, tree. Got the Christmas tree. Okay, so we got three concepts right now. There was not a Great Winter Horn last year. Great Winter Hunt Horn last year. I don't think so, unless I'm like completely, you know, not realizing it. But yeah, I don't think we did. Mmm. Snowflakes on a candy cane. Oh, that would be pretty. So like a print almost. Um, I'm almost imagining there's like a wrapper on it with with like a snowflake print on it. Yeah, that could look really pretty. Um, see, like unless you're talking about the banner itself being more like a snowflake. I'm like that, and then just kind of like it's just like in a bunch of different places on it. Looks quite lovely. Could even have potentially like snowflakes like just kind of floating around outside of it, but when the actual horn animates it would be a little bit weird looking unless how are the dimensions well, one of the things it'll definitely be able to do is like fire out snowflakes as the notes or something, or it could be snowballs. Yeah, kind of like a print on it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think the Christmas tree one there would be a lot more potential to like decor it up. Put more lights and ornaments and stuff on it. Uh, yeah, we have more love for the ice one for sure. I think that one's gonna be nice if we go that route. Like honestly, I think they'll all turn out quite lovely. It's just like what one do we want to see for a duration, and potentially in future years. Um, if you had to look at this and get excited that it's showing up every 15 minutes for weeks, what one would you want it to be? I kind of feel like the candy cane one would like get old to me. I don't know why, but I'm just kind of like too much candy stuff that can happen following on Halloween, and then I don't know, like I sometimes the birthday stuff is also like cake and stuff. So I'm kind of like I don't know. I like it being more about a decoration than it being a candy type thing, right? Um, Tree needs lights along the long part. Yeah, the stem kind of thing could use the lights. And again, like this was just like I probably whipped that together in like 5 minutes. Um, the banner could be a wreath. Yeah, that's true. So if we had like the ice horn, it could have a wreath across it. Now, one of the things about the banner that I need to kind of like show is like this is the dimension here. This bounding box is like the size of this file. So it has to fit within this bounding box, because I designed the horn to kind of like be, uh, you know, several different layers kind of superimposed, and then one will like transform at different key times than the others, so they kind of like have this nice fluid animation. Um, but that also means that I can't kind of like have any elements that are attached to the banner outside of that, which is a little bit of a shame because now that I'm kind of thinking of other possibilities, it'd be like, oh, cool. Like if there was like snowflakes around here, on the outside of it, then when the banner moves separate from the horn, the snowflakes would kind of like also move separate from the horn, and that could maybe look interesting, but probably wouldn't work as well. Um, but yeah, so we could do like a wreath for the banner. So why are you like not in a folder? Um, so all right, wreath. So yeah, if we do, I feel like the wreath could work nicely for the ice horn. Not so much for the tree. It would probably also work well for like a candy cane as well. Um, but because it's like squished down, you might need to rethink kind of like what the wreath actually looks like. Just grab that green. Hmm. Ribbon and banner would look good in chrome, silver, and blue are classic. That's true. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely like the idea of the notes coming out being snowflakes. Yeah. I mean, it could be a bunch of different ideas, but like just a puff of snow, um, but like giant chunky snowflakes seems pretty good. Especially if it's like the ice horn, it just kind of like it seems like you're making it snow using this thing, which is neat. So I like that. All right, so do we just kind of like create a squished wreath? Is that the play? And we could like wrap it with something. I don't know yet. Actually, I don't. Like I wonder if it would be like tied here or anything like that. Gold could look nice as well. Pine garland loop. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I want it to be, right? Um, like maybe like silver and gold are nice. The only thing with silver is I'm like thinking of how's that gonna look against the ice horn if that's gonna be a little too much. Might not be. And that wraps around there. I feel like I don't know. Maybe I'll try a silver one as well. Like with like um, some like red berries or something in it. I suppose I should probably just look up, like a wreath or something instead of just being like, this is what they look like. Green tubes covered in bad colors. Swirly. All right. Let me grab. It's not like there isn't like a billion examples of wreaths I could just pull up. Da, da, da. Holiday wreath. Okay. And do we need it to say Hunter's hammer or Hunter's horn or anything? I don't think we do. A lot of these have like nice bows on them somewhere. It is kind of like weirdly just kind of dangling off the side of it. I don't know if we like that or not. Uh, so I need to make sure that it like crops to this box, you know? So what I might do is grab this selection, invert it, and then on the wreath there. So now if I try and draw outside of this, it'll crop it. So like, blah, there we go. Yeah, we're good. Okay, but I do want, if we're having like a pine wreath, I want it to kind of like, stick out from, it's a bunch of pine branches all kind of weaved in together. So we need to like build that silhouette a little better than we have it right now. And just thinking of this though, it makes me think of like how good a nice kind of pine tree smells indoors, and something about that. Do love that. Yeah, so we can kind of like detail that out, get some good shading in it, and really just kind of bring it to life. Put some pine cones in it. Just really decorate a wreath. Someone stepped on the wreath and it's a little flattened, but it'll be cute. All right, let's see. Yeah, the garland being kind of like the like tinsel string, right? Yeah, I think that these are a perfect facsimile to that concept, right? Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that my garland skills here are not really doing it. A bit more blue to match the other bits. Yeah, blue green. Yeah, I mean like the colors are definitely not all there yet. Um, let's see, we do want to get a little. Let's try that blue green, and let's pull out the triangle brush. I feel like it's been a little too deep a shadow there. All right, I need more. Oh, that's particle size. I want that smaller. I mean, at size, it'll be a little more convincing, but I think there's definitely some detailing to do on this. But yeah, I mean, like until we're fully committed to the idea, I don't really want to go all in on the render, right? But as long as we kind of can get the idea about it, and we're kind of have a good sense for what it is, then I'm good enough with it. But yeah, like getting kind of like the general idea of the colors knocked in and working is important, because that's part of how it's going to be balanced. So we'll get a little bit more of the texture built up for this. The silhouette is very important for describing a texture of a surface. You can you can paint in your texture onto the face of it. Um, but as soon as like an edge is wrapping somewhere, uh, it can kind of make it look really flat if you haven't kind of given it, that edge a little bit of some kind of, definition and texture. But even if you paint the face of something relatively flat, if you do the edge and define that texture on the edge, your brain is going to kind of, fill in a bit of the information on the face of it too. So there we go. Suddenly it feels more like it's made of branches. Okay. So that's a not terrible example of what it might look like. I think it's good enough to kind of see if we want to use this concept. Which is nice. Okay, the garland itself we can do something about. It's not great. Got our line scatter brush maybe. Let's do density up. Alright, now silver and gold, or whatever. I think there's a song about that. Yeah, I think with the horn having like the garland wrap, I don't know if I want the wreath to also have some kind of wrap. Might be a bit much. A lot of the wreaths that I'm looking at as examples, they just have like a lovely bow to kind of like, you know, balance it in an interesting way, and just like it looks like they're just like someone just took fistfuls of ornaments and shoved them inside the branches, and I think that's a pretty great style. So it's from Rudolph. Oh. All right, so let's take a look at that with the Christmas tree. Definitely is a bit much. It looks like some kind of weird cartoon vehicle with like the branch wheel just kind of driving it along. It's a Christmas tank. All right. The candy cane it might work pretty well with. I don't know. I kind of like. I do like the uh, the wreath. Um, the scarf might be pretty good too, though, just because it can fill that space nicely. Uh, but also, I feel like, oh yeah, okay, I did kind of sketch it out. There was an idea that I enjoyed the concept of like the stockings hanging. Unfortunately for this one, it's gonna have to be adjusted because the banner dimensions only fit so much. I'm actually gonna duplicate this, see how it's cut off here, so have to tweak it a little, which is fine. Just scale it in. Yeah, so it's a fun idea. This one amuses me. It might also get old quickly. Whereas something like a wreath, I feel like you could look at that, and be like, yeah, that's just nice hanging there. Um, I mean, it could be even like a wreath with stockings on either side or something like that could work too. Just got our footwear hanging on our horn, You know how it is. Um, so why not drape your like big sweaty socks on candy canes? Why not? Okay. The ice horn, I feel like there could be something really neat with the ice horn. Yeah. Yeah, scarf is nice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I think the stockings are fun and amusing to me, but I don't think I like it as much as the other two. I feel like it's a cute idea, but then it just won't look as nice going forward as the other ones. The other ones I think are just going to look classic and like nice, you know? So I think that the scarf has more potential to fill out the space, but we could also do something with like a ribbon on the wreath to kind of help fill out the space a bit more. Because I do want it to kind of go relatively in the same dimensions as the hunter's hammer, or why do I keep saying hunter's hammer? The horn's kind of current banner, just because like the animation it like does certain kind of twists and squashes that look better if it's using kind of like all of that area. Yeah. Yeah, the scarf is nice and neutral. I mean, we could potentially even combine the scarf and the like the wreath together. Like maybe if the wreath itself is scaled a little bit down. Um, whoa, all right, that's not what I wanted to have happen. You go there. All right, hide all that, I guess. Should have put it in a folder before I did that. All right. No. So it could be like scaled down and just kind of like on the side of the scarf or something like that, or the scarf could go in front of it, or like loop through it or something. Let's see. Do not like that combination. Okay, fair. Icicles as well. That could be fun. Mm-hmm. Shiny baubles and icicles hanging from the horn. Yeah, I mean, like, that could be fun. The thing with the transformation that happens in the animation is there's like, it like squashes together and there's a little bit of a like skew to it as well. Um, so if it's like icicles that have grown off the bottom of the horn, that's going to look weird if they're like suddenly sliding around and kind of like wobbling. Um, if it's just like a rack of candy canes that are just like that could be funny too. Um, fit the greenery with some mistletoe. Yeah, that's true. Could definitely kind of use a smaller kind of like little bit of greenery to kind of fit that space because this wreath is looking kind of tiny. Um, and I think we could like pull in the scarf a bit, perhaps. I kind of want the ends of it to be those kind of tassels. So could do something like this. And like maybe instead it kind of goes up into a point here, and on top of this there could be like a nice bow or something. With like golden bells or whatnot, right? Again, really roughly just blocking this in, just to not quite. I mean, I don't think I want the bow on the right if we do that. Yeah, we could do little bells or something hanging behind this. Giant bells, apparently, and they don't look very much like bells. So something like that could be nice. Yeah, the bow in the middle I think is a little bit nicer. Definitely can clean it up and make it look a lot better, but this might be a good direction here. Another thing I just thought of, let's see, we could also do like the horn itself is wrapped up like a present or something, and like the ribbon here could be like more like a you know, the outer wrapping for it, or like a ribbon around the present, or like a kind of to and from tag or something like that, right? Like that's possibly a direction to explore. But I do like this. I think that this fills in the space nicely. It's going to look very cute. I can definitely fill it better, and I think that'll work as like a lovely, you know, display piece on this. So I'm liking that. It does look overdone. Like, yeah, I mean it's potentially going to be too much, right? So you know, we need to kind of like think of it in context. Uh, I mean, I want you to be excited every time you see it. I mean, you kind of, you know, probably are like, ooh, Hunter's Horn. You know, you want to click it when you see it. Um, so it being a little bit of an exciting kind of like, I'm here now, and it looks fun and almost too much might not be a bad thing. Let's hide the. Where is it? Somewhere here. There we go. Hide that just to kind of like look at it more in context. You know, we'll have to adjust the ice to really kind of read better. And I'm not necessarily thinking I like the garland as much. But yeah, like let's take a look. Okay, Christmas tree is definitely a lot. But with just the ribbon, I do kind of like the Christmas tree still, though. You know, it's kind of nice. It's got a classic feel to it. Hard to go wrong with something like that. Um, yeah, the ice horn is nice. Might need to adjust the garland. I'm also thinking of like when this is sliding back and forth. If it's like sliding over top of the garland, which it would be, it might look a little weird. But I do love rendering ice, so that's always just a nice excuse to do more of that. And I think if we have the snowflakes kind of puffing out of it, that'd be pretty amusing, just thematically. And I like the warm looking scarf and garland and or the wreath and stuff on top of it. It's kind of nice. Um, but yeah, I'd want to balance that better. I think it's not right, and it might even be like the bow is just a bit much here. But yeah, let's take a look at a potential alternate direction. So let's turn that sketch back on and turn that off. Where are you, candy cane? I can just grab that. So I'm thinking like we could explore the wrapped up gift idea. So let's go for, I don't know, what color should the gift be? Try the baubles and icicles, pretty please. Yeah, okay. We can try that for sure. A small black hat somewhere. Maybe. Red and yellow. All right. So it might be a lot, but could look nice. So like, would it be like yellow stripes or something like that? Let me see. Let me look up some nice tissue paper, or not tissue paper, but wrapping paper. Red and yellow is a bit of an intense combination for some kind of wrapping paper, but I think if it's balanced right, then it can look quite lovely. So let's try, just, let's see, do I have any brushes that might work for this? I kind of wanted to do just like gold bands across it. Now the thing is like with this color combination, we're looking very Lunar New Year, right? Your reds and golds. But if we did something more like that, maybe. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to look like wrapping paper as obviously as it might need to be. Yeah, save it for Lunar New Year. We actually already have a Lunar New Year horn, um, which I think is, I can't imagine it right now, but I think we did one, yeah. I think it was like a rose gold horn or something like that. I might need to look at it and see if I need to like, if I gave it last year's animals theme, might need to tweak it, but like, should there be like a crisscross of these lines? I don't know. Okay, it's not super wrapping papery to me yet, but maybe with kind of like a ribbon or something, green garland. Okay, maybe Like, I kind of feel like, let's see, if it was like a green or a blue, I mean, red is quite lovely. Maybe I just need the shading on it. To like show what the material is better. Again, we're just really loosely just kind of blocking it in to get to get a feel for it. If it's a direction we like, then we'll have to very much render it properly, but this is just really loose. Just to get a feel. But yeah, like, I'm not feeling like that's wrapping paper yet. So maybe we need to, like, do we need to show it, like, peeling off or something? Or, I don't know. I don't think that's what I would want. Like, I think maybe if we can show creases in it or something like that, where it's like folded and taped, something. Yeah, it's not working. I don't know. Yeah, the shade of red isn't helping it either, I don't think. It's true. Let's just like use the adjuster and just see if we land on a different color that feels a little more like wrapping paper. And honestly, these lines across it are not awesome either. So let's try this. Might look really weird with the shade on top. And I mean, maybe we just need to put a print on it or something. Okay, you know what? I'm going to make this a multiply layer for now. See if that works. Green. I don't know. Maybe this is a good wrapping paper color. Something like that. And if there was just like a little print of some kind on it, like the snowflakes. You know, something like that. But nicer. I just don't want to spend too much time on this one because I'm like, it's not feeling like the right direction to me right now. It's kind of nice with the scarf though. And then if we do what did I just do? Okay. if we do, like, let's say there's a silver wrap, ribbon wrapping this whole thing. I don't know, maybe this could be something. Eh? Not sure. I don't know, I feel like I'm losing the plot on this one. Just not quite as good as the others. I think the bow does help it though. I will say that. Yeah. Okay, well we explored the idea of it being like a gift wrapped horn, and like I think it could be good, but I just do think that the other ideas are just like a little more like the right ones. So, uh, and I don't want to go too late today, so let's commit to something. So we have kind of like a nice wintry kind of, I think I'll tweak the garland for this one. Um, but this one could be like very ornate and beautiful, like a certain elegance with the ice horn, I think. And then this kind of lovely kind of wreath with the ribbon wrap and stuff. Um, and it'll shoot out snowflakes. Could have some icicles kind of hanging off of it. Uh, yeah, the wintry feel is pretty strong on this one. I agree. This is nice. I think this one might be my top pick right now. And then uh, was there like a different wrap that we wanted to take a look at? Not really. I think like as long as this isn't overkill, like I balance it well enough that it's not just like too much. Um, I think that that is going to be a lovely little banner. Um, and honestly, with the ice horn like this being a little more understated, having the banner be this lovely decoration on it, it might be the right balance. Whereas for the tree, which I think is a lot of fun, we would want it to remain the simple kind of scarf type idea, just so that they're kind of a little more balanced. Because like the wreath on it is just too much green. But yeah, I'm thinking that I mean the tree is funny and adorable, and it could look really neat with all the decoration and stuff kind of put on it and the texture of it all. Um, but I really am leaning into thinking that this is the combination that is going to be the best. Um, so yeah, I'd say that this makes sense. What do you all think though? Like, feel free to like guide it into another territory altogether if you want. Um, I will definitely see what we can do. Yeah, the scarf on the ice. Don't need to overcrowd it. That's true. It is kind of pushing it already. The scarf should look like the bonus scarf you get from the king, perhaps. Don't like the orange parts. Yeah. Yeah, the bells aren't really working on it. Let's get rid of those. I agree. Too gaudy with that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's too much, right? Um, okay. Well, let's. I think I'm getting that vibe as well. It's a little too much. Um, so one thing I'm wondering is, do we want to back off? Oh, actually, there's. There we go. Yeah. Is it gaudy enough yet? Can we can we throw some more stuff on it? Um, but yeah, part of me is thinking like, do we want to get rid of the like that garland wrap and just like simplify it a bit more, you know? Maybe the ribbon behind the horn. So like this part behind, or do we just want to not have the wreath and just like do something like that, or like just that instead? Like, what are we thinking? Okay, like the wreath and bow on the bell of the horn. Oh, okay. So going back to like really, I mean that looks weird to me, especially with the way the animation is gonna play. It's gonna like it looks like it's supposed to pop right off. Um, Fireplace mantle, hanging the stockings, mouse on a shelf. That would be hard to create as a horn. I like the like level of creativity with it, but I don't even know where to begin to make that make sense as a horn. Okay, no garland. Add crystal snowflakes onto. Oh, okay. So like kind of like the print on the candy cane almost with the snowflakes here, but like on the ice horn. Mhm. Okay. So we could do the wreath, or sorry, without the wreath, and just have the bow kind of idea. I do like the pop of green, but the like wintry Wonderland feel here isn't terrible. I mean, we could do the wreath here, but again, like I'm like less a fan of the wreath there, personally. I do kind of. Where did this wreath go? What if we throw you behind? No, we can't throw it behind the horn. That won't work for the layers. Um, I mean, we could try just the mistletoe instead, actually. Let me grab that. Just do a sprig of mistletoe dangling below. I think that will actually look quite lovely. So something. That isn't the loveliest, but I'm not good at plants. I think it has like white berries or something. But it's kind of a cute idea to have the mistletoe under the horn. So something like that maybe. And I think we could tweak the ribbon to be a little more like the whole scarf and ribbon could probably be, trimmed to just kind of work better with this whole layout. Maybe maybe it's more like that. Now you have to kiss the mouse. I don't know. An interesting observation of what the ribbon was doing for a moment. All right. Yeah, a little awkward with that. Yeah, I think that the horn itself right now doesn't look as ice as it will. I want to have like more of that frosted kind of texture to it, like at the ends of it, and kind of like the crystals kind of like growing towards the center. And we can get more icicles kind of hanging off of it a little bit. So that's quite possible. I think we can definitely make it feel more ice. Okay. Feel like I shouldn't mess with all of the elements too much. I should probably do a different version of this. Just so that if we decide to look at other options, I'm not messing it too much. Yeah, if we slim it all down a little bit, I think that might look nicer. Um, then I think the bow itself needs to be a tinier bow. Maybe? Do we just lift all that up a bit? Something more like that, maybe? Maybe the scarves just kind of go behind. I guess that they kind of interfere with the bow a bit, which I'm a little bit unsure of if I like that or not. Maybe back to kind of this original draped version to just kind of fill that space nicely. And then the ribbon and bow do still kind of work here. That might be nice. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, I think the scarf behind does work better, actually. Hmm. Now, it does make me wonder how that might look with the wreath now. Hmm. Boy, I've done so many changes to this. Okay, so like the bow doesn't even need to be right in the middle or anything. Or no bow. No bow might work. Hmm. But yeah, it's a lot hanging off this horn, right? This might be nicer. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the mistletoe does look nicer. And actually, I'm thinking now I want the scarf to be like having the front of it being kind of the, yeah. Just gonna ramble to myself for a second. Hold on. Okay, so like if this is behind, so like the flap, like the ends of the horn are, or the scarf are now coming over top towards us as opposed to going behind. Which works a little better for it being behind the mistletoe. I'll have to clean that all up, but hopefully that made any sense. Does that work better? Should have duplicated it before I made the change. Thank you for all the hearts. Yeah, it's just kind of loosely draped back here now. I don't know, I kind of, maybe I liked it better before. This just looks like it's about to fall right off, actually. Let's see, I think I had a copy of this one. Yeah. Is it this? Boop. Yeah, I don't know, I kind of like this one a lot more. It looks more like it's tied on, in a sense. I guess because this is folding over top of a part, like it's more secure. So that looks like it's literally about to fall off. I like this better. Yeah. Okay. Do need to adjust some of it, but I think I did have a little bit more of it figured out before I messed up all of it, but it's fine. I'll tweak it all anyways when I actually go to render it. Okay, but yeah, I think that this is nice. And I think there's something more we can do to the actual horn itself. So let's think about like what would balance this nicely without overdoing it. Because again, like I want this to be something that we like seeing show up, and you know, it's not too much. Not that I think it is with this design, but that was a concern that some of the detailing was getting a bit much. Is a bit gaudy. A little too much going on. But I mean, at the same time, the horn is like the most kind of like important thing you're waiting to show up, so you don't mind seeing it, and it's gone in a second, right? Okay, the garland wrap. I think we could do mostly the same garland wrap. I don't know if I want it to go across the entire stem. Not because I don't think it looks nice, but I think because of how the animation actually plays. It this kind of banner portion, it will slide back and forth, and because the garland has kind of, actually I'll kind of really roughly emulate this, but like it doesn't feel logical to have it kind of slide over top of the actual garland, right? Which is sticking out and kind of blocking the way a bit. So I'm thinking we could do like a little bit of this like garland wrap maybe around the back of it or up here or both, but maybe clearing it from the center area where it moves. So like at least getting rid of these ones here I think would be the safest. So it could be something like that. Or maybe we just kind of like put the garland around the trim of the horn, like the very end of it. Let's see what that would look like. Bring the garland back for a second, grab that color. Brush density full, why not? It's got a little beard. Okay, I'll need to be careful about not breaking the silhouette of the horn, which, or sorry, the dimensions of the horn, which is here. So that's going to be something to be aware of. We could also just like really play up icicles, right? Maybe like the end of the horn has like icicles kind of coming outwards or something. It might be a little too aggressive looking, but still like the garland wrap with the ornaments and icicles hanging, and lose the scarf. Oh. Okay, can we see the double loop scarf? Looks like if it were turned into wreath material. This, oh, okay. So the actual instead of the scarf, it's just kind of wreath material on it. That could look nice. That might be a good direction too. Didn't think of just having like wreath material. Better mistletoe reference. I agree. It does look like upset embers. Okay, we can definitely do better mistletoe than that. I don't disagree with you on that. It does look crap. Oh, all right. So idea. I'll just use this layer for this folder because I wasn't going to do anything otherwise. All right. There is an idea that I think has merit to take this kind of design, but instead of it being a scarf, it's like the kind of wreath material, right? So let's pull up a wreath, grab a color, be gone. And so what it could be is, bring this in here just so I have an idea of where not to draw. Because like I've definitely seen this on like banisters, and it looks quite lovely. You just have your kind of pine wreath garland, if you would, wrapping around wherever you want it. And it's nice because you can put your decorations into it if you want. The only thing is, like, how do we kind of fill in this space, right? I'm not totally sure. Actually, you know what? I'll just use the line scatter brush for this. It's very prickly. Okay, so maybe not the best for this, but again, just trying to really loosely concept this out, see if there's anything to it that we like. Okay, so I don't know about that dangling little bit at the end. It's kind of cactusy vibe right now. This is very not good. Does not look how I want it yet. Okay, whatever. Let's see. Get a little bit of shading on this just to get an idea of how it's supposed to be wrapping around, and then we can put like nice little lights into it. And berries. I don't know what I'm doing. Someone help. It's the reason why I don't decorate during the holidays. I know what I'm doing. But sure. So, I mean, that's kind of an idea. It's like a weird coiled caterpillar. I don't know. Thank you, Gingu. Get some rest. Alright, so let's see. Love where this is going. Okay. More enthusiastic than I am. I appreciate it. I mean, I don't know. Like, it could just be a simple thing. Like, I'm just not getting that pine look to it. Ooh, I want to get pine cones in here, actually. Pine cones are cute. Yeah, honestly, just getting like that silhouette, as I talked about earlier, instead of this weird kind of like bristly cactus vibe, having it look like, oh, that's just a little sprig of pine. Suddenly it should read better and actually kind of look like the thing I want it to. I just needed to slow down a bit. Okay, but that is a possibility here. Get some lighter, could even add like a little bit of frosted snow on top that people do sometimes. Yeah, something like this, like the idea of having that green kind of pop and decoration could be nice. Let's turn off the backdrop. Okay, I don't like the end of the horn here. Come here. Maybe we bring back that ribbon though. I don't like the ends of it, and like I want it to be kind of like hanging lower. Perhaps that maybe that just needs to be draped more. That could be a thing. So can I do this? Would this be too extreme? Okay. Actually, let's grab all of this. Why is it not getting all of it? Okay, well, at any rate, I'll just merge that down. And now I will bring back the backdrop so I can see how far down I want it to go. And go for it. So like, I could have it be real drooped over it. Maybe it's like wrapped over it a few times at the ends. I'm just trying to think of like how someone might do this if it was a railing or something. Normally you would kind of like just wrap the whole thing relatively tightly. And just kind of have it corkscrew along kind of thing, right? And I think that does look nice if it's actually kind of more tightly wrapped. But I just want to fill in the bottom somehow, so... don't know now. A big bow in the middle might do it. Just kind of... just really filling in that space or something. Might not be terrible. I don't know why, but this one has been an interestingly difficult design challenge. I remember I didn't end up working on it very long, but I also remember being like, none of this is really working. I'm not loving any of these ideas yet. I'm not totally convinced by any of these myself, but I think it's just one of those things where it's like just a little more solid exploration and it'll actually start to work, but yeah. Sometimes it's just a case of like, that's it, that's gotta be it. and I only loosely see it. You know, it's just roughly scribbled out, and I'm like convinced. This one, there's too many little elements that I'm not, just not jiving yet. I probably should just look up more reference, like just Christmas decorations. Boom. Um, just kind of like find a vibe and just make that happen. Double bows. Yeah, I don't think I would want both bows if I did the big bow. Uh, yeah. The garland wrap is nice. This is simple and classic feeling almost. But do we just kind of just say, like, screw it, let's just make it a candy cane? Actually, the candy cane with the garland wrap could look really nice. Ooh, you know what? Hmm. Hmm. I didn't think the candy cane would be where it's at, but with this combo, I don't know. What do you think? That's kind of working for me. Hmm. I do like the like snowflakes on the side of the candy cane. I think without those, it would definitely not work. Yeah. Okay, okay, I get it. It does feel like it's a mantle place now. Yeah. With that wrap and the bow. And now I kind of want to put the stockings behind. Just shove it all on there. I don't know. I think the candy cane like it it actually is kind of like concrete enough perhaps, but it's not stealing the show, which is surprising because I feel like a candy cane is very attention grabbing. And I don't know, I like it, the ice is lovely, but it just kind of maybe doesn't. I don't know. This is different. It's challenging, a little complicated. Oop! I didn't mean to throw out the entire. There you go. Just getting rid of the bounding box on it. Okay, so maybe if I get rid of the backdrop. Maybe it's just because it's red and green that like it feels more festive. The ice would be fun to render though. Although candy is fun to render as well. And I did have the complaint about like too much food related stuff. Maybe more just decorum or pretty, not decorum, but like decoration feeling. Why is this one so difficult? There we go. Let's just go full pine. Just nothing but tree. Branches everywhere. It's spitting out like pine cones and just like more like just little pine leaves. I like it. Let's just do this. It kind of actually looks cool with the garland wrapped around it. Okay, this is why it's so difficult. Is like all of the ideas there's something that could work with it if taken further, but that requires more rendering and kind of like balancing and figuring it out. They're all like a little bit weird. Um, And all of them have that. There is definitely some way to make them all work, uh, but none of them are like totally figured out. So I don't know. Yeah, the candy cane kind of has that closest, like, it just kind of works already. But now trying this out, I'm like, actually, this surprisingly looks better than I expected. And just picturing the animation in my head, the garland moving separately from the horn would actually look really interesting. And I'm kind of curious to see that happen now. Hey, Charlie, being a sweetie. Hey. Good girl. All right, well, we're going to go on lunch in half an hour. So I would like us to have this figured out by then. This is probably just too much pine, though, right? Unless we like figure out like maybe the stem of the horn is like gold or something. Um, candy cane and garland. All right. Got some people on board with the candy cane and garland. Yeah, this just does have something. I'm thinking this might be it. Mm-hmm. And then we can have fun with like what comes out of it. Like now I'm like, it could be cute if it's sugar cookies or something, or little gifts or something. I don't know. Yeah, okay. More people are down with the candy cane. I just instantly right now I'm like, this has a balance that none of the other ones did. It feels better. So yeah, snowflake sugar cookies. That's perfect. Okay, I love that. Oh no, no. Yeah, okay. I'm feeling that like things are clicking and it feels correct. Okay, so we got this candy cane horn with the lovely garland wrap and the bow, which balances nicely. We can get a little gold if we like. And then, yeah, it's just like sugar cookie that are shaped as snowflakes. Boom. I feel a holiday kind of joy and warmth with this. So it's just a glass of milk also comes out with it. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, okay. The ice horn just needs a different colored bow. The red is just too extreme. You might be right with that. Yeah. Hmm. Don't know what color would be better for it though. Because red feels like if you're gonna have a Christmas bow, red makes sense. Maybe a green bow. An Advent chocolate horn. Oh, it didn't. Well, I feel like we're probably gonna do a chocolate horn for the egg hunt or something like that. So I'll leave the chocolate horn for that. I think a mulberry red. Oh, silver or gold bow would be like, quite nice as well. Yeah. Ooh. I mean, we could try it. Let's just quickly explore. We got the ice horn. And so with this, we were still looking at this garland, probably, with a different bow color, though. Because this is nice. This is pretty okay. Um, nah, maybe. But this is winning now in my mind. Um, nah, it's too simple. Okay, so if we did this, but we gave it a different bow color, this is probably going to look horrible if I just do a shift, but let's see what we can see. Yeah, all right. Blast up that saturation, luminosity. It's probably the closest we'll get from just sliding things around. Um, mm, yeah, silver bow. Silver bow with the ice is going to be very like um, go to a blue, desaturate, but lighten it up. So, yeah, I mean, it's a little more kind of like balanced-ish. But I don't know if I prefer that over the red, to be honest. I mean, maybe it's just a case of the rendering would have taken it where it needed to be. So kind of silvery. It's, again, like really just rough. And maybe it's a case of just kind of, cancel that. Just kind of balancing things in the right ways and such. Get the hanging icicles on this just because someone wanted to see that and I never actually got around to sketching that out, so may as well try. But I don't want them like attached to the horn itself because of how the animation plays. I don't know if anyone had those icicle ornaments for their tree. Okay, turn off the... But, it's an idea. I'm not sure if it works so much. Yeah, I don't know about the silver bow. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The silver is like it's too competing with the gold or with the ice on the horn. I agree. If we bring back the red bow, how does that look? Yeah, and then like it could just be about toning the red. On that. Okay, well, you know what? I'm thinking. I am thinking that the candy cane horn is winning. Yeah. I'm feeling this. I think that's where it's at. There was like a lot of interesting exploration, and honestly, I think all of them could have worked if we just kind of spent the time to kind of really figure it out. But this one feels the closest to making sense and like just working. So you know, the bow is like it looks bad. Will make a lovelier bow, much nicer. Maybe it'll be gold. That could actually look really good in gold. Um, let's just try that one real quick. Yeah, we'll go on lunch in like 20. Okay, and we'll darken it up. Yeah, I don't know about this. We'll just have to re-render the bow completely anyways. Because it's just not a good bow. Yeah, I don't like it. I think the red will look nicer. It's just more kind of just, it's got a presence. The bow again, garbage bow. We're gonna redo the bow completely. Uh, and I think I'm gonna have a little more fun with the stripes and stuff. But yeah, I think we're gonna lock in on this idea and just make this really work. All right. Yeah, too many options. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, let's just do this. Let's just make this work. And it's very classic feel, like when you're imagining kind of like, you know, a movie magic where there's a decorated town square. It's going to have candy canes with the garland wrap and the bows on it. Like this is literally iconic kind of decor right here in for that. So I think this is good. Yeah, the sugar cookies will be fun too. Um, now, honestly, unfortunately, because it's like, you know, scaled to be like that big, you know, or whatever. I guess it'd be, if you're watching full screen, it'd be maybe this big. Um, and then, you know, the sugar cookies are going to be kind of like moving and spiraling, so you might not get a great look at them, but yeah, they'll at least be, you know, little snowflakes and whatnot. They'll be fine. A dice roll. Okay, design all and roll a dice. Oh, I got it. I mean, it could happen that way. Um, it won't happen that way, but that'd be an interesting way to do it. Like we used to do more of, and we could bring it back for something. I don't think we need to for this one, but I would like put up a straw poll or something and let people kind of like vote on things. But yeah, if we literally like set up like, okay, it's going to be candy cane on one, uh, pine tree on two, etc., ice on three, and just roll the dice and just make it work. Could do it that way, but I feel like if we want to get it done by my personal deadline, I want to have the the one that's working the best, and this one is. So I got tons of messages. What's going on? Ah, just family conversation, and then people liking someone's message, and it just duplicates it with a like. All right, cool. Okay, so we got 15 minutes to just kind of get what we can done. Then we're gonna go on lunch, and then we'll go for a little bit. Hopefully not too long. I gotta kind of pop out for a little bit. What might work is maybe I'll just go until broke, and then I'll take a light lunch. That could be good. All right, let's just see what we can do. Because I actually don't think it's too far off. Um, so I'll need to get the actual horn dimensions. So I'm going to bring this all the way to the top. Ooh. A little kibble just fell into the cat bowl, so I had Charlie leap off of my lap. Must go investigate. All right. Actually, I'll do it the other way around. Or maybe the best way to do it is actually just lower the opacity and It wasn't a bad guess. I was pretty close. Okay, the stripes themselves I might need to adjust. Plus I was thinking of doing a slightly different pattern anyways, where it'd be like thick and thin. So I'll demonstrate it over here. But it could be kind of more like this kind of idea. It's kind of nice. Oop, there we go. Hide that all for now. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, having like a gold kind of foil on the inside of it could look lovely. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if we did just do this. Oh, now it looks like you're unwrapping. It's kind of neat. Hmm. Hmm. It's kind of interesting. Hmm. Too much gold, yeah? Okay. It does look more like wrapping paper than last time. Yeah, because it's got like the light, the light happening. But yeah, it does. Um, okay. I don't know, like I want it to feel like a piece of candy. And I'm just like, I like the gold foil idea somehow. That's not going to read as snowflakes. Better as just strong white. Um, hmm. Thing is, if it's all candy, then I can do a little more lighting, kind of interesting light where it's like passing through the material and kind of like what you get to do with the ice, just kind of make it sort of translucent and pretty. And right now it looks not good, not appealing candy. The end of this is very much bad, uh, but it's interesting. It's too distracting. Okay, you know what? I think that just not having the gold might be the way to go. Because I don't know, I feel like it's going to be too distracting. It's an interesting idea to have it though. But let's just render the candy further, make it feel a little bit more candy-like. And then we'll see from there. Actually, I should pull up some candy canes. Yeah, I feel like the twist is not long enough. Because I mean, at least traditionally, I feel like the way they made them was they had like the candy kind of stretched out, and then they actually just would rotate it and kind of cause it to get that twist in it, right? So, mm-hmm. Yep. No, you're right. Making a horn is not easy. Definitely true. It has some challenges. Mm-hmm. All right. So, this is a multiply layer. That's why. Okay. I don't want to use a multiply layer. Just create a new one on top of this. Let's get candy. So we want a nice kind of, so this is like the back inside, and we have our light kind of coming from above. So I imagine that there is kind of like, you know, the shaded kind of portion of the candy up here. But because it's candy, it's like light is passing through it. It's a translucent kind of material. So where the light is really kind of able to go through the material, it's picking up more of the saturation of the material itself. And just kind of glowing with that color internally a little bit. But I do want to lighten it all up quite a bit more, just because the candy itself is supposed to be like mostly white. Like it's maybe a little pink depending on what one it is, but for the most part should be just a white candy. But we want to reserve the pure white for like the highlight that can happen on it, right? So the inner wall is a bit more shaded. Maybe that's a good color there. Like, part of it is like, how shiny do we want it to be? Pretty shiny, because candy is like a nice, hard, kind of smooth surface, kind of glass-like almost. Okay, and then where the edges of this kind of roll off into the shadow, I want there to be like a nice saturated kind of edge happening there, where the light is just kind of reaching into the shadow a little bit more. I guess maybe I want to desaturate it in the shadow. Then I can resaturate it at the edge. I don't know, it's hard to know if I'm getting too deep a shadow in parts of it. We're going to have like reflected light and all kinds of goodness. So part of it might be just getting that specular highlight on top as well. Give it that glossiness too. Okay, and I guess technically we'd be seeing like the inside of, like, the candy cane isn't like just painted on the outside, although I guess now they are. Some of them anyways. Uh, so, would we see the stripe on the inside, or would it be just the white candy on the inside, I wonder? I think maybe it's still a little too colored in there. Too pink, yeah. Looks like bubblegum. I agree. I think it needs to be less saturated and a little more white. That might be better. All right, we are technically at lunch o'clock, and my question is, should we go on lunch now, take an hour, and then work on it for like maybe another hour or two? Or do we just go for another hour or two right now and just see if we can get it done in that time? Oh, also, I don't think I've been recording, but it might have already been set up to do that. Let's check. Nope. Sadly, it has not. My bad. I'm sorry about that. Didn't think about it. Partially because I was working on a file that already existed, so. Okay. Yeah, take lunch? Okay. People work better with a break. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, it might not be a bad idea to just kind of step back from this and look at it a little more fresh because I have been kind of like bouncing around like crazy. Also, just to like get a good fresh look at this really quick, like I think flipping it is really a nice way to just kind of refresh our brains on it. And I'm not hating it. I hate the bow. I think the bow is definitely going to be completely redrawn and look much nicer. Um, but yeah, I think that this has something going. I think we're good. Okay, I will take lunch though, just because you're right. That is a good idea. Okay, so I'm gonna take lunch. I will be back at 2 o'clock, so that'll be about 58, 57 minutes from now. Um, and we'll come back fresh and doe-eyed or whatever they say, and we'll crack this out because I'm feeling confident about it now, which I wasn't before. Also, I'm gonna save this because that's important to do. Uh, all right, good. Hadn't saved all day. Classic Jacob. Okay, well, I'm gonna put up a timer so you know exactly when I'm gonna return, and until then, I'll see you soon. All right. Alrighty. Hello and welcome back. Lunch is done. We have returned. I don't think I have a Larry link at the moment. Let me poke Dave. Alright. So, where we left off, we decided that we're going to go the candy cane horn route with the lovely pine garland and a nice red bow. Also nice like snowflakes kind of decaled onto the outside of the candy cane like a wrapper or some kind. And yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with the direction it's gone. There are certainly elements that will be so much nicer when it's resolved. The bow right now it looks like hot garbage. And so I want to tackle that right now because like looking at the kind of just all the elements right now, often one of the best things you can do is just tackle kind of the biggest picture issue with it. Like just kind of building that composition initially is kind of usually the first goal to kind of like, you know, as far back from the image as you can, resolve the kind of main issue, and composition is kind of like the big picture of a layout. And I think we've kind of like figured out most of the balance with this. I'm pretty happy with it. One thing we haven't done is looked at it in grayscale. That will, of course, change over time, anyways, with kind of the different rendering on everything. But I could see the bow being kind of like deeper and more of a pop to it, while the candy cane can kind of go further back even in parts, and the garland being like the middle ground. Or maybe the garland will kind of have those deeps and the bow will like sit lighter on top of those and kind of pop out on top. But we'll figure that out soon. But yeah, so the actual like ideas behind it, I'm happy with. And yeah, the next kind of big thing is just this bow is just not good. The garland as well, like it's a little more kind of like good placeholder on the right side of it, but the left side it's a little bit kind of just noodled. So getting that kind of blocked in will be really nice, but I think the bow will resolve a lot once I kind of like get that where I want it. I'll just do a layer on top even. And so I'm just going to pick like a better color. I started with this kind of like really deep mauve, or I don't know what it would be called, but I think for a ribbon, we could really go like more satiny, much more saturated, and have like really kind of good sheen to it, and it's kind of gonna have a nice little pop. I think we can also play with the shape a little more. Like I was looking up some bow reference. I'll do this outside of this first, just so that I can kind of block in the idea. But kind of have the pinch point where it's all kind of like the center of it is kind of pulling it together. And then you would have kind of like your bow ribbon, and it's going to be the same width as that, right? Coming off, and they're kind of pinching into the center. But you could do, like different amounts of these kinds of ribbons kind of coming off, like so. And then you'd have the ends of the ribbons kind of hanging down. So something a little more like that, which looks nicer. And then we'll get kind of our some of the highlights perhaps, just to block it in anyways. But I think a nice saturated red will look best for this. And if we're going for, yeah, like this kind of satiny, very kind of lovely ribbon texture, we'll get some nice kind of deep shadows kind of dancing along the ribbon itself. So I think something like that's a little nicer. We can do behind here, just kind of fill in the shadow a bit. So that's a much nicer looking ribbon. Didn't take much time at all, and we can obviously refine it to really kind of get it in a good spot. I was also thinking what might look really nice with this as well would be a little bit of like a gold edge to it. We don't need to keep it, but I was looking at some references and I just really liked the potential of there being just this kind of thin gold thread along kind of the outer edges of the ribbons, and it just gives just a tiniest little just accent. And I like all the detail we were looking at for like the wreath, for example. Like there was a lot of like fun potential that had, but it got a little bit noisy, and so I want to be a little cautious we're not getting too much of that going here. But I think if we have just this thin edge on it, then it should be just fine. Shouldn't be too much. And yeah, the inside of this here, I imagine, would be like so. And that I feel like is a much nicer bow. A little more believable than this lumpy poop. Now the size of it, let's just make this into a folder so it's easy to move around and adjust. It will let me rename it. Ribbon. Can just kind of move it to where it needs to be and then scale it however we want it. So get rid of this old one. And now I did want it to kind of fill that space potentially. So let me just turn on the reference so I have an idea of like what kind of space do I want to fill up. We don't have to. We're not required to like fill this, but like the more stuff is at the bottom, the more we'll get that like swinging animation with it. And at the same time, I don't want to compromise the look of it by just having this gigantic bow that's just way too big for it. But I don't know, I think that depending on the placement of it and the size, it might not be so bad to just like really use the full space. So, and we might need to tweak the colors to balance it better. Like the candy cane itself maybe is too pink overall. I believe that it is. And I want to redo the stripes on it. And so I want to have it more of that white candy. I might even get like bluer shadows into it rather than red shadows. That might help as well. We can like shrink this down a bit, but like tilt it. If we wanted to kind of like have the leg of this kind of reach down, but like have the bow be a little bit smaller. Could lean it, like put it up to the front and balance it that way, or near the back. I think it is kind of nice, relatively centered, and we can just adjust the garland to kind of catch that and drop it down a little maybe. So lots of potential for this. Yeah. I kind of think that this isn't too bad. Can always adjust it But yeah, I think the garland behind it, if I adjust that, it'll look quite good. So let me just, yeah, I think that's okay. Maybe I'll extend that ribbon leg a little. But I like this. I think that's nice. And I do think I need to bounce at like 3 o'clock because Wash needs to go out for a walk, and so I need to swing over and take him out before I come back and run some errand or finish up some stuff I need to for this week. Um, but I'm pretty confident we can get it like 90% there, if not fully completed. Just because like everything looks like it's in that right, pretty good spot. So it's just cleanup and rendering at this point. And sometimes, if it's a good day, that goes pretty smooth. So let's see if we have a good day. Also, I think Larry just sent me a thing here. Let me just double check that it's 3 Calorignas ribs for everyone. Perfect. It's 5. Okay, cool. Let me copy that link and share it in the chat. Boom. I think that worked. Oh, maybe it didn't. Error, try again. All right. Did that go into the chat? Maybe my chat is frozen. I will try reloading. Doesn't look like it posted it. Sign into chat. Oh, I got signed out somehow. Okay. Switch account. Go, go, go. MouseHunt. Go live. And pop out chat once I get there. There it is. Sorry about this. Pop out chat. There it is. Alright, I can close that, I think. Good old troubleshooting live. Alright, let's try this again. There we go. Yeah, how did the host get signed out while streaming? That's a good question. I'll also put it like in. I should do this more often. Just like one of these. Whoops, that didn't work. Hello. Let's maybe make it not gigantic text. All right, good. Hello. Okay. Let me make sure I'm copying this. Is the text white or something? What's going on? No, it's black. So weird. Why aren't you displaying? Oh, I see. That makes sense. It was inside of the clipping mask. All right, there we go. Layer link, in case you need it. I think that has a certain expiry. If you're watching this, weeks later, it might not work for you. But pass it around. Get some throwable snowballs. All right, sweet. Pop that over into, well, I'll put it down here for a bit and then I'll hide it later. Okay. So, just keep moving around on you. Right. So I like the ribbon. Ribbon's fine. I'm thinking that the garland we could tweak really fast just to kind of bring it up to the right side's kind of quality, which is still not done and ready. It's still placeholder. but I just want to make sure that it looks relatively decent. And then I want to tackle the color of the oh, I see, that's where the cutoff is. Okay. I want to tackle the color of the candy cane. And then I think that'll be kind of like all the major elements kind of resolved enough that I'll be able to kind of like make sure things feel balanced and kind of figured out enough to just kind of final render pass, you know? Okay. Again, it's not too much. Actually, I'm going to turn on that backdrop because I keep running into the edges of the working area. I need to be aware of how much room I have to fill. So I could move this over to the right a little. Give myself a little more breathing room on the left. And as I've said before, I gotta get like pine cones in here somewhere, I think. I'm wondering if I want it to like drape lower on the left here. So this one's going over the top, looping around, and it would make sense to have it kind of drop down here. I just kind of like don't want it to feel too weirdly just kind of dangling, and like I want it to look intentionally draped, I guess, as opposed to just kind of like it's just like a snake that's fallen off the candy cane or something. I don't know. It's a drunk holiday snake. And I can't believe it's like, yeah, it's December already. I was about to say, I can't believe it's nearly the end of November already. Sheesh. Where did November go? I don't get it. Do not get it. Oh, since we're in kind of like the more rambly phase of my stream, uh, kind of feel like just like rambling about my previous week because it was just so full of adventure and weirdness. You know, we're now at the blog kind of podcast part of my art stream, I guess. But yeah, last week was fun. So I ended up having, and I'm sure people have experienced something similar, but having heartburn so bad that I ended up in ER, which is a wild time. Like I've had heartburn before, and I know what it feels like, and it's not fun, but it's like, yep, that I understand that feeling, and you know, I did this to myself, and I was having that feeling again, and I'm like, yeah, I know this is probably heartburn, but then my left arm really started to hurt, and I had it like from the jaw down the arm, and you know, if you are kind of, you know, aware that that's a sign of, you're potentially experiencing some damage to your life muscle, that heart. And so, I was at the pharmacy getting my flu shot, my COVID shot, uh, and I was like, so you know what? I'm kind of experiencing, a little bit of like palpitations, my chest on the like right here on the left side, mirrored image right now, but kind of it's hurting a lot. It feels like heartburn, but like it hurts. And actually, my arm, my left arm, and they're like, "Do you want me to call you an ambulance? Because you should go." And I was like, "Nah, no, it's fine. I know where the ER is, and I brought my bike anyway, so I'll just bike there." Being me, that's of course how my brain works. I'm like, well, I don't want to put other people out of the way, and like, what if someone else needs an ambulance? I shouldn't take that. I should just bike over. It's the responsible thing to do. So yeah, I bike over to ER because I'm an idiot. Um, and then I end up spending so long in the ER because that's how it goes. It's a pretty busy place. And unfortunately, they didn't have like the blood work people available for a while. So there was actually probably about five of us that were in. They brought us into triage, and they're like, "All right, what are you experiencing?" And we were having kind of like chest pains, and if there's chest pains, they want to get you in immediately. But it took like 4 hours for us to be able to get any tests done. Um, Thankfully, all clear. But I have like this like conduction delay in my heart. That's a known thing. I had to do a bunch of tests and stuff when I started taking my stimulant medication for ADHD, uh, and it's a relatively common known thing that can happen, so not an issue. But because my ECG came up as like abnormal, they're like, okay, we're gonna hold you for longer. But yeah, I got in at like 2 o'clock there, and then got out at 1:30 in the morning. But yeah, everything's all good. Just a fun time. And then Sunday, I was finishing up axe throwing league, and a bunch of us hadn't kind of hung out after throwing for a while, and we like to do that. Go out for, go to a pub or whatever and hang out and just have a good time. So we decided to do that, and I brought my bike with me because that's how I get around the city all the time, just bike. Um, and it was raining out, and I wanted to get into the pub. Oh, hang on. Just got a message from Dave. I will continue this in a moment. Ah, yeah. Final version. I gotta verify a file real quick. Sorry. Just leave you hanging on the what could have happened while he was at the pub. Where are you? Mm-hmm. think that should be good. Okay, I think that's good enough. Should be all sorted. I hope. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I was out. It was like raining and cold, and I just wanted to get inside. And normally, what I do is I'll have like little foldable kind of grocery bags that I have on my bike, and I'll take stuff out of my bike bags, like my custom made axe that I made for throwing, and anything else that I don't want people to take, because it's easy enough to just open up the bags and take stuff out if there's stuff in them, right? So I didn't remember to do that, and so after we enjoyed our wings and hanging out, I came out and saw my bike was like kind of pulled away from the rack that it was locked up against, and all of the bags on my bike, like they're nice saddle bags that were on the back, and like a little kind of like frame bag, and I even had like a little bag on the front handlebars. All three were just taken off my bike. Normally, people steal lights or like the seat or the whole bike, but they actually went to the effort of like unclipping. And it's actually really hard to get at the saddlebag stuff. Like you have to work at it to get that thing off. They like took all of it off, and I was actually kind of impressed because it's not actually it. Normally, when people steal stuff, they go for like easy targets, stuff that's easy to steal. But yeah, they like they must have put in all the effort to like remove the saddlebags and unfasten them and took them all. And yeah, so sadly, I had my personalized axe taken, as well as clients. Like I've been doing leather working and stuff and making sheaths for my friends. That was stolen, which was very sad. But there were things I wanted to fix on them anyways. Like I wanted to do a better version, or like make new art on my own personal axe. And there were issues with the sheath that I needed to fix anyways, so I was going to rebuild parts of it. So, I mean, in the end, I was kind of like, well, this just gives me incentive to like redo this work even better now. So it's not the end of the world with that. But I I went to like replace the bags on like Tuesday, and I was like, all right, well, I'll just get new ones. And I'm like, I went into the sports supply place where you can get stuff like that, and I was looking. They had some on clearance, and I was like, "Oh, fantastic!" Like, just I was worried because like, oh, Black Friday just ended. I must have just missed the sales and stuff like that. So I was like, "Sweet, they're on clearance." And then for a single bag, like one side of a rack is like $150 for a single bag, and the bags weren't even as nice as the ones that I had before. So I was just like, no, this sucks. But I decided, and I found a nice deal. Decided to get a backpack instead. Less convenient for riding, a little more kind of effort because it's on your back instead of on the bike. But the nice thing about that is I am guaranteed to not forget it on my bike. So there's no chance that that'll repeat. I will have avoided that, situation. So that's a win. Also, there are times when I could use a backpack and I just didn't have one, so now I do. But yeah, a little bit too much adventure, I would say, uh, over the past week. Hi, welcome to the stream randomly. This is yeah, it's I'm one of the artists for a game called MouseHunt. It's a very passive game that's been going for over 15 years actually. Coming up on the 16th in March, but yeah, it's a game that's just had a long history, and has just like I've been working full time on this project. It's been released since 2008, and we continually add new content, and every week, me or one of the coding developers, we do a stream where we hang out and we work on the game. And so right now I'm working on what's called the Hunter's Horn, which is how the player interacts with the game. Because it's a passive game, you kind of return to it, and you just will kind of like have a mouse trap you set up with cheese and stuff like that, and you interact with the game, see what you caught, and over time you collect resources, which unlocks different parts of the game. You build new tools, travel the world. There's like over 60 areas or something like that. Over 1,000 mice to discover and catch. And yeah, it's a lot of it's. I mean, you can ask the community. They certainly have a certain love for it. Like a lot of people that hang out in the chat have been playing for many years. Some pretty much since the beginning, I think. But yeah, so welcome. Thank you. Yeah, okay, so I'll put this out there. The beginning of the game, it's a little dated. It's a little bit rough to get through. It's a small team that works on this project, so we don't necessarily have all the resources to be able to go back and retune the beginning of the game. So be warned that it's a little bit slow and tedious to start, but it really does kind of build over time, and the more you discover and unlock, and the end game, awesome. Takes a long time to get there, unfortunately, but yeah, that's a little caveat. But welcome to the stream. I appreciate you just kind of checking it out. I'm assuming you're just kind of like, what's this thumbnail? Looks kind of interesting, so that's cool that you decided to click it just from the look. But yeah, so yeah, every Friday, we do a little stream, and so the other host, he kind of like talks about the game and what's happening, and asks. We ask for feedback on the game from the players themselves, and just try and tune it as best we can to just kind of like build the best game possible. So that's my little spiel. All right, so I did scale up the ribbon, and so it did kind of crunchify the edges. It's a small asset, so it doesn't need to be super high res, but I could clean it up a little bit. And mainly if the edge is just a little crispier, that'll be fine. And yeah, while I do the art streams that I'm doing, I often will kind of take the feedback of the chat and implement that into the artwork. So we actually have done a lot of just exploration on today's stream, where it started with, let's see, we can look through some of the other ideas we explored just really quick. So this is obviously like a Christmas themed kind of design we're working on for the event. But we had like different banners that we were going to put on the horn here. Just kind of trying out some different ideas. But ultimately just like a simple bow and garland just really fit the bill. And we had different horn designs we wanted to kind of explore really quickly. It's just sketched up an ice one, another like full-on Christmas tree. But yeah, this is what the horn looks like normally. Hunter's horn. But yeah, ultimately the candy cane mixed with garland and bow just seemed the most balanced. All right. Yeah, so I'm gonna tweak the. Okay, I think the garland is in a suitable enough place to kind of move on. I'm just gonna drop a little bit extra shadow behind here, just to like give it a little more depth. Yeah, I think one of the the best things, and honestly, the reason the game has been around for uh, 15 years is because we actually have like an incredible community. The players are just awesome and literally the reason why the game exists. So if you're interested in that kind of aspect of just kind of meeting other, you know, people who just are cool and lovely people online kind of thing, then welcome. Hope you find the joy in the game. Okay, so I'm happy with where this garland's at. It's not finished, but it's good enough. So let's go to the candy cane itself. I think that's definitely lacking a little bit. I think the ribbon, or sorry, the actual banding of it, I want to stretch it out to be more elongated. It's a little too tight. It's like you took the candy strands and you just kept twisting it a little too much. So I need to kind of stretch that out a little bit more. Doesn't look as candy cane-esque as it could. And then also like grading the actual like material color. Because what's cool is like with candy cane, if you have like the good kind where it's like actually like rods of different candies twisted together, the actual like red candied part is kind of like a very transparent, not transparent, but it's translucent, and you get the light really passing through. Where the white is much more opaque, and so you're going to get different kind of like things happening with the light as it passes through these materials. So that'll be kind of fun to just play with that. I might just create a new layer altogether for this. So let me pull up candy cane references just because it's always better to use references. None of those are it. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Really, really like elongated compared to where it was. Just kind of much more like that. And I like the idea of having a thick and thin kind of band. So what I should probably do is just like copy this, and that'll make it the most consistent. So overlap these two and then kind of split the difference. I think that's probably okay. Now I like it to be a little bit inconsistent. Makes it a little more natural feeling. But also if I want to kind of work with the shape of it being, like a rod, I think I'll just have the ends just kind of like roll over a little bit further. Just enough. Not a ton, but like by extending it out, it kind of shows it kind of like rolling over the edge there. Hopefully that works. Yeah, so because a kind of like translucent candy, it's kind of like a colored glass or like a jewel or something. So what's fun about that for the lighting on it, and it's probably better for me to talk about this while I'm actually rendering that part, but you get the light passing through to like the back side of it. So where an opaque object would have the highlights kind of on the top of it if the light's above, it would kind of like the shadow would be on the bottom side and the light would be on the top side. If you have a translucent material like colored glass or jewel or candy or something like that, it actually kind of flips it in a sense. You have kind of your shadow on the top, and the light, the highlights are actually on the back side of it. So like you're seeing through the material and seeing the light hitting the back of it and bouncing out from there. So like it flips it. It becomes kind of the opposite. So the combination of those two twisted together is going to look really lovely. So another reason why I'm kind of like, yeah, the candy cane could be a lot of fun to render, I think. Just have the neck of it here. Kind of blunt it a bit. I think that works. All right, so now I think I can just copy this over here. Oh, wrong tool. There we go. Duplicate it. Oop. No, that was good where it was. Oops. Good. And one more. There. So that should approximately line stuff up, but what I'll do is I'll hide that just to make sure it looks okay, especially because the animation is going to have this. Let me put these in the correct place. There we go. Yeah, I can hide that now. All right. The animation is going to have this kind of sliding around on here. So I need to make sure that the stripes are lined up how they need to be. So I'll do a little bit of cleanup on that. All right, not that layer, this one. Whoop. And then as this is flaring out, I'll need to kind of stretch these a little further out as well. Yeah, so bike bag stolen. What's really funny is the axe that I throw with, it has like the Kraken art on one side and the steampunk art on the other, and everyone that is at like the location I throw at, they all know that axe very, very well. So if anyone ever shows up and starts throwing with that axe, that'll be quite interesting, because people will be like, hey, I recognize that piece of artwork that I know was stolen. So it'd be kind of interesting if that ever surfaced like that. But yeah, I just consider it lost. There's no way I'm getting that back. And I'm fine with that. I have, what's cool is like when I ordered the axes to kind of like, you know, I wanted just this style of axe. It's called an axe gang, cold steel. I ordered just one and ended up getting 4 of them. So fate wanted me to have spares. It also encouraged me to be able to be like, yeah, you know what, I'll experiment with this like etching stuff and engraving it by hand and all that, and so, you know, because I had spares, I felt like it was easier and, you know, less kind of like, oh no, I ruined it, you know, like I have spared. So I was more willing to experiment, and now I'm definitely more excited to like do another one. Actually, tomorrow I plan on spending a good amount of the day trying to kind of etch a new axe for myself, just to have something pretty to throw again. And I'd been thinking about doing that anyways, so it just gave me more of an excuse to do it. Alright, so this last part here, we got a lot of deformation, so it's kind of trying to figure out the best way to make that work. Ooh, I am excited for the light to like pass through like this part right here, because we have the light kind of coming from mostly above, a little like maybe even kind of like that angle down onto it, but actually no, I'm wrong. It's coming from the right a little more anyways, but it's kind of this above angle, and that means that the light is hitting the inside of this surface, and it'll be scattering through the material. And because these like red bands are a lot more transparent than the white, it'll be cool to like have the white portions be in this kind of colder shadow, and then the light lighting up the red kind of underneath. And I think that'll look really tasty. I hope. We'll see. We'll see. Don't actually know if it's going to work out how I want it to, but if it does, that'll look neat. Okay. Just trying to get a little bit more of a twist into that if I can. And I'm wondering if I should like make the bands kind of like wrap around on top. I think I might as well try. I might move these up, not in front of those. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, there's a lot of like weird and whimsical elements to the game, and that's something that has always been fun to embrace and push. Sometimes I just like to just go through the adversaries page and just like look at the descriptions that were written for the characters, and yeah, it's an interesting journey, because it's fun. Like when I create something, I have no idea what its name is, or like how the devs are going to kind of like describe it in the lore. There are only a few characters that like had pre-designed lore, if you will, that we were like, okay, this is the story for this character. And so, we already know who it is and what they're about, and like we kind of like use that, and it's already kind of figured out. But for the most part, a lot of the characters that we all create is just kind of like, okay, I need a character that fits this idea and gameplay concept, and then I don't know anything beyond that. Like the developer who plugs in that character art has to decide what is this character's name, and looking at the art just tell a little bit of a story out of it. So it's fun to see what happens. There have been a few times when I've written the descriptions and stuff, or I've had the stream itself would name the character. And a lot of the time when we're working on something on stream, ideas about who they are, what they're doing, that actually is like kind of designed a little bit by you guys, which is awesome because that does part of our job for us. Also means that if it's like horrible, I get to just blame you all for having a terrible idea and making me do it. So it's win-win in my books. yeah, that's one of the reasons why I love streaming, is just kind of collaborating with you all. Okay, so I mean, I think that this is vaguely close enough. I'm gonna do another layer behind this one, and it's gonna be the inner twist of these, so it's gonna go the opposite way. But I think I'm gonna knock it back a little bit, because it's like embedded in the candy, but it's not all the way through, I think. So the light is passing through it enough, because the white candy that is like still translucent enough for the light to go through. But okay, I'm just trying to think of if things are lining up all right. Hopefully this is working. Just like, this looks not right. I think there needs to be a more extreme twist to it. Just a little bit more. Oh, also, when I do my streams, I go for hours. So I get very just kind of rambly and random. Whereas Dave, who does the other stream, he's got like a plan. He knows kind of like what he wants to talk about, and kind of only goes for like an hour or two, maybe. Okay. Yeah. Does that look convincing? Maybe if it kind of turns in a little more. There needs to be more like of a gap between these two. I think they're too tight. Okay, I think that's better. One of the people I'm throwing with is hosting a charity event tonight for Movember. And so one of the prizes at the raffle that he's doing is a custom sheath or metal etching by me. So excited to see what I get to do for that. Okay, I think this is neat. I think that looks nice. Can knock it back even a little more perhaps, and then like depending on how the light is acting on it, just kind of push or pull. Nice. Okay, back to where we were. Can hide the background. I don't know if we'll have time to do sugar cookies, because I'm probably gonna wrap up in a few minutes. Yeah, none of those. Not that. I don't know why that ended up all the way up there. Gonna move that below the candy cane, just to organize my stuff. Yep, okay. Good. I'm just gonna, in fact, color these. So let's do green. Not that one. Cool. Okay. Give it a save. Yeah, we're not going to do the notes on stream. I'll have to wrap those up later. But let's do a little bit of the twisting on the candy cane, just to capture what that looks like potentially. So what I'll do is I'll grab a selection of the actual candy cane itself, go to the twisting, and delete everything outside the selection. And then, actually I might have to do the same here. Do that and that. And now I'll unclip these from the the layer below. And now I'll do a clipping mask on top of this one. And so what I'll do is I'll get like a richer, deeper red. Like I'm gonna paint the red portion of the candy like it's a jewel. So I'll get like the deeper shadow on top here as the light is going into this material, but it's not bouncing off the surface, it's sinking into the material and getting richer as it's kind of passing through the material itself. And now when it gets to the back side of the material, it's gone through the material, it's diffracted a little bit because of the way light passes through different densities of objects, the refraction index, etc. So now it's kind of it's gone through the material, it's hit the back wall, and now it's kind of like, the light has been absorbed in certain wavelengths, and now whatever is left is bouncing out, and that's going to be this like really, really rich red, very, very saturated, just like full saturation off on the side here. So that's going to be like a ruby red. And so we're hitting the inside surface of this, and now just kind of bouncing out of the material. Right. And then same thing on the insides here. As the surface continues to roll down, we get the light now is passing through the sidewall and just continuing through it. And then now at the bottom, it's blocked. The light isn't like getting down into that at all. We'd get maybe a little bit of internal reflecting light that's going to kind of still light it up a little bit, but for the most part, it's kind of shaded. And then as we roll all the way down, we get like a little bit of Fresnel reflecting. So it's like the outer environment's light, kind of like, because it's a steep enough angle, it's going to bounce off of that slick surface. And we might get a little bit of the internal light kind of bouncing around inside, but now we'll get the environment kind of bouncing off the surface of this. So what I'll do is I'll actually do another layer on top of this one to be the environment's reflection. So let's do another clip mask there, and let's go with a kind of gray sky just for the very edge. So these are the surfaces that are like rolling away so steeply that it like is reflecting the environment instead of the material's surface. And we'll get the same thing on the bottom, because this horn is kind of just floating in space in a white void, if you will. So it's going to reflect that environment around. And we might even knock this back a bit too. We don't need it to be very strong, so we'll bring that down to like 62%. Seems fine. And now we need that like specular highlight. So this is the glossy candy surface. When you get the angle just right, you have the light bounce right off the surface into your eyeball. And this is the reflection where if you have a bright light source, it acts like a mirror for that light source. And if you move your perspective versus that object, you actually have that kind of reflection following you. So here, let's try that. A little more. Drop that down a bit. So I don't want it to be everywhere. You know, it's a molded candy, so it's not necessarily going to have perfect edges everywhere, but we'll have like that reflection here perhaps up on this edge. And these are like a rounded edge, so it's gonna like catch all kinds of angles everywhere. So I don't think I need it there. Maybe just a hint of it here. Yeah, boom. We have a candied kind of, you know, twisted horn band. Now I think the base kind of like candy, the white portion, that's still a little too pink. It's definitely far too pink, in fact, to be a candy. It's more like a muted bubble gum with hard candy wrapped with twisted into it or something. So let's mess with that a bit. That is this layer here. So I'll do another layer on top just so we don't mess up if we have too much, but let's just change that tone a bit to be less pink. And then let's just make it a lot more white. Okay. Now the shadow here, we have a multiply layer happening. And I think we can just keep that. Should be fine. Okay. Just trying to think of the best way to tackle this. Just lightening the whole thing up. I don't want it to be too muted either. Like right now it's feeling a little too drab and dull or something. But maybe it is just a case of it needs a little punch of a highlight. But I think where the edge of the shadow and light is transforming, I want to get more rich color in there, more saturation. Because right now it's just like this bleh gray. It doesn't look appealing. So if I do a layer here, and let's do our highlight, because this is also going to get the same specular light happening on it. What is messing with the colors on this? Do I have... Not totally sure. Let's go pure white, see what this does. Okay, it was just the color I'd selected, wasn't right. Okay, so let's just go across and just really kind of brighten up that edge. And I want to go pure white, except for the actual like reflection on it. But that's looking a little more like candy. But what I really want is there to be the that edge where the light is kind of going through the material and just kind of like picking up more color as it's passing through. So we'll get like just a little pink edge here. You know, it's going to be passing through this red, and kind of the colors are going to, you know, just get influenced by the material, and that's looking more like a candy cane now. Much more like a candy cane. I like that. All right. And so like here we're going to get the light passing through the thinner horn of it, I guess. And cool. All right. I might even really push. That's a bit too much. But just pushing it a little too far. It's always a good trick with digital, at least, is pushing it a little too far because you can pull it back. But by pushing it too far, you get a good idea of, the upper limit. Like once you go too far, you know how far to take it. If you don't go far enough and you don't push it too far, then you might not try to go as far as you should because you're just like, I don't know, this is probably good enough. But you miss out on kind of like the potential of how far it could have gone. That probably didn't make a lot of sense, but there we have it. Okay, so we can also have the garland dropping a shadow onto it, but the difficulty of this is because we have the garland sliding around in the animation and like transforming a bit, it's like squishing horizontally and rotating a bit. One of the things I've done with the banners is I include a little bit of a drop shadow, but because we have these different colors and textures, it's a little bit more tricky to make that work. But I think it should be not too terrible. Move that back to where it was. Let's see. All right, let's see. Yeah, you can't rush art. That's fair. Oh, okay. No, I mean that's actually you're totally right. I think you're right about there being too many bands on the far side. Um, yeah, no, there is something off with it. I agree. Let's give it a flip. It might give us a better idea how to look at it. But yeah, if we look at the front portion of these bands, let's just pop on a new layer with the different colors so we can just kind of analyze it. We're at 3 o'clock right now, so I might try to wrap up with this. I think I'm pretty good to finish this at this point. Like I get where I'm taking it and where it's going. But yeah, so we have kind of like, like these gaps here. And I don't know if they get a little too tight is the thing, right? Yeah, I think there's just like maybe one or two too many on the far side. I think I could just remove one of them. This might be an interesting challenge. Okay, so we have this layer here. Thin that out. Let's space this out a bit further here. That means this one gets to move over. And of course, like they need to like, there's a pattern that needs to land here. So I'm just doing this by eye. Hopefully it's going to work. If it doesn't, well, I tried. I didn't kind of like pre-measure any of this and like really figure out the pattern beforehand, so it's probably not going to line up how I need it to. This one's a thin one. This one's a thick one. Oh boy. We need to fit a thick, thin So yeah, need to space it out even further possibly. Yeah, I don't want these gaps to be bigger than the ones on the front, right? That wouldn't make any sense. Also because we're at this angle, these are now kind of rolling over in this direction. A little bit. Yeah, this is too tight. I think it's just a case of the way I drew it. It's just not actually technically going to line up properly. And we might just have to fudge it a little bit. I think as long as I kind of make this look close enough to the front half, should be fine. Also, where it's kind of rolling towards us, I could definitely cram them closer together at the tops and bottoms as opposed to across the walls, the far wall. Because, I mean, that makes sense that they're grouped that way due to perspective. So let's move these up just a little bit. It's closer to where it was originally, but I think it should be better if I kind of do all the grouping at the top and bottom as opposed to everywhere. So bring that one up just a little bit. Thin that one out. Oop, wrong color. And this one's rolling inwards. And Bob is my uncle. There we go. So it's probably where it was originally-ish. But because there's a pattern, it's kind of iffy to make it all line up exactly. I think it works well enough. It's fine. And I think if it's spaced out enough, yeah, it's pretty much the same. Yeah. Oh well. Do they need to be, what was it, more steep or spaced, like the twisting angle? I mean, it could be a way to deal with it is just kind of like making the rim different and just kind of not having to worry about the pattern all lining up exactly. But I think that this is going to be fine. It spaced it out a little bit. Might not be as bad now. I think it did need to be kind of more condensed at the tops and bottoms, though. I think that looks a little better. think this actually needs to tighten up the twist as we're rolling towards the top. Maybe? My brain doesn't like doing this geometry. Because as it's flanging in, it's tightening down. So the bands are getting kind of like compressed. So I feel like it's going to be pulling inward as it goes deeper in. Like so. Sure. You know, let's just go with it. Don't let good enough get in the way of perfect. Or don't let perfect get in the way of good enough. That's the one. Yeah. Yeah, it's not quite right, but I'll figure that out later. I think that the top needs to tighten up more or something like that. I'll worry about that another time. I think the like this kind of challenge isn't something I'm as good solving live because I just want to sit down and like think about it, and that doesn't look very interesting. We'll go with that. All right. Well, aside from like the notes that come out of it, I think that it's mostly kind of like figured out. Um, it's just a case of kind of like rendering and tuning up all the details to just make it extra pretty. But I'm really happy with kind of like where it ended up, considering at one point I was like just getting frustrated with just like, I don't know what direction to take this in. There's too many options, and a lot of them are just kind of like not feeling good. So I want the top part of that to be like really blasting with the light coming through that. There you go. And like the bottom doesn't have the same light shining in. It's like super saturated. Cool. All right. But yeah, when we figured out the candy cane garland combo, I think that kind of like resolved it pretty easily. And now I think I'm pretty content with this direction. The garland and ribbon are they're not like fully filling the space, so I might see if I can do that a little bit better. It's acceptable though. And then the notes themselves, I'll have to figure out. The horn is fitting. Also with the animation glint, because we have this candied surface, I think that'll work pretty easily. So that's good. But yeah, I think that we're pretty good at this point. I gotta go and make sure an old dog gets to go outside for a little bit. And then I'll come back and finish this off. But I'm gonna be wrapping up the stream, so you'll just have to wait to see when this comes into live to see where it ends up. And I hope you enjoyed. Thank you again for kind of coming and joining and hanging out and giving me lots and lots of feedback on this. It was very helpful. I always appreciate your input and doing what I can to utilize it. So glad we could hang out. Give this a save, and I'll put the Larry link in the chat again in case anyone missed it and would like free loot. There we go. It's in the chat. All right. Well, thank you all very much for hanging out. Next week should be Dave. Yeah, I'll see you again in probably 2 weeks' time. But take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And I will catch you later, everybody. Okay. Bye for now. Bye.